I think I got it. I think that's it, right? And then there's a button over here, and this should work and do the thing to get me started. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is August 27th, 2024. Don't forget that part of the year, right? We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I see a bunch of folks in here early getting things started. Let me bring up the chat room. My goodness. Hello, hello. They're right over there. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. Good to see everybody here. Let me say hello. Going around the horn here, Null Sheffa with a big wave. Hello, Svekos. Good afternoon to you. Napalm Codes. Happy Time Zone C Sharp Titan. Yeah, I'm doing good. Greetings to you in Australia. Hope you're having a good evening. Robert Stefan is here. Hello, hello. Eric with the resub 15 months. Thank you so much for that support. Badger is watching over on YouTube. Good morning to you. Codebase Alpha. Hello, hello. And DJ Deepex. How you doing there? Guten Nachmittag to you, my friend. Welcome. It's still 9 a.m. here on the east coast of these United States. Getting a little coffee into me. Let me get some music playing. We can talk about what's going on, what we can do, what we can work on here. I'm going to jump into the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist because I just want to chill and have some easygoing music here. This is called Wasted Keybinds. There it is. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like out there, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, doesn't matter. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together that we're listening to today. PowerShell Freak. Oh yeah, everything's okay. We're getting better there. It's 1500 in the afternoon over there in your part of Germany. Fantastic. It's been a busy few weeks. Slower pace avoids the burnout or the scrum death march. So, I mean, I'll share a little bit of what's been going on. I mean, those folks that watch the stream regularly here, you know that I've been going through a lot personally. My second daughter graduated high school this year, so the spring was quite an event. Right here in the States, you go through grades 1 through 12. 12th grade, you typically graduate when you're 17, 18 years old, and then you go to university. So she graduated, she finished here, and she was accepted to West Virginia University. West Virginia is about a 5-hour drive away. It's in the next state. It's not even, yeah, it's the next state over, but it's on the western half of the state. So it's a 5-hour drive to get her out to school, and we moved her out 3 weeks ago. My older daughter got married in July. More a marriage for the paperwork because the amount of benefits that would give her and her now husband that she's been dating since 2019 during high school. But he's in the U.S. military and he gets his benefits literally double if he's married. So it gives them significant benefits, financial footing to get them started right when they get done. He's going to leave the military next year. She graduates at the end of May from university. And we dropped her off at university this past weekend. So I've literally had 2 kids graduate high school, go away for college, get married. Lots happened here. And the burnout, Eric, is something that I've been borderline feeling already. It's been a lot of stress, good stress, some difficult stress at times, but a lot of good stress. But it's still it's a lot. And I'll share. I mean, I'm not too forthcoming about my career. You see the things that I do publicly. Still counts as stress. That's right. I had a bad review this year. I'll come out and say it. I have nothing to hide. I had a bad review. I didn't meet my goals. I there were things that we didn't accomplish that we wanted to do. Some of those were my fault, and some of those weren't my fault. I'll take it. I'll own it. But that hurts also. That's stressful. That's painful. It was very well documented in the press that Microsoft employees in 2023, we didn't get a pay increase. We did not see any kind of compensation adjustment last year. So coming out of that, coming into this year, was a little bit hard. So at the time that it happened, yeah, right, was difficult. So that's hard to receive that message the day before I'm about to take my kid to school, like away to college. So younger daughter is a 5-hour drive away, West Virginia University. Older daughter is a 3-hour drive away at Penn State University. So yeah, that's hard to deal with. It's what can you do? I can't control what people think of me. All I can do is do my best, put my best foot forward, get done the tasks that I've been assigned, and try and make the impact to help folks like you. And that's really what my concern is. I don't care that I'm getting paid, that I'm not seeing as much as I was expected to. Fine. That there's a negative mark on my career report at this company over here. I don't care about that. I don't. I care that, quite frankly, I didn't expect this to happen, and that I didn't hear that, hey, we've got to improve here. That's what frustrates me the most. Yeah, of course everybody's going to be upset that, hey, we're not going to adjust your compensation the way that you thought we were. Everybody's going to be upset about that. After the initial shock wore off, it's like, fine, I don't care about that as much as I care about, why didn't we know this was happening? Why was this such a surprise? Why didn't I catch that? So we're making adjustments. You're going to see changes in my stream schedule. As we get things aligned, you're probably going to see a significant number of more live stream events from Microsoft that I'm producing. You're probably going to see a lot more writing from me getting published. So those are things that we're going to double down on and push on. I will tell you that there is a project that I've started on that is going to... It's a little bit of a step outside of what you're used to seeing me do. But more on that over the next month or two as that starts to come together. So... Napalm says, took my advice and entered an issue for the Kraken D component. I saw you tagged me on that. I haven't followed up and read more on it. So, but good stuff to push and let those folks know, hey, I built this component. Is this something you're interested in? Is this something you want to take a look at? Provide some feedback on. Totally. Very good thing to do. They are absolutely the things that have changed in my family. They are absolutely wonderful things. It's a lot of change all at once. That's all. It's a lot of change all at once. Do Microsoft employees get paid monthly fixed, or you get paid by the hours? Fixed. So I already work 8 to 12 hours a day most days, and 4 to 8 hours every weekend. So I'm probably in on 50 to 60 hours a week that I typically work. Now, I'm going to loop into what I do for my job, and I realize I am very unique. I'm probably one of very few people in the world that do what I do. I'm not just counting hate emails and interactions that I do with the product team, but I also loop into that the research that I do, the writing that I do, the demo creation that I do, and some of that needs to come and happen when the inspiration hits you. Like, if I get inspired, holy crow, that's a great idea for a demo, or ooh, that thing that I was trying to explain, I figured out. It just hit me while I was in the shower, while I was munching on popcorn and watching the Wrexham match. And how about them Wrexham AFC? These are the times that, oh, let me write something down real quick. Maybe, and maybe break out my laptop, tablet, and scrawl some ideas on that, because maybe there's something that's flowing there that can actually that actually benefits and goes in the direction that I want to. Those are the things that are work, right? But we need to capitalize and act on them. And as somebody who works in inventing content, inventing demos, you got to strike while the iron is hot. Companies are burning bridges, says Napalm. COVID put a lot of things in perspective for a lot of us. Aren't purely interested in putting money in bigwigs' pockets. It did. What I want to make sure that, right, there are times where there's more that's going on in our personal lives that we need to focus on and we need to take care of, and it means we need to back off on our commitments to our professional lives. And managing that balance it can be difficult at times because there's a lot of pull in both directions. So we just got to manage and communicate those requirements appropriately to both sides. So, thank you, C# Titan. Yeah, it's stuff happens, and what can I tell you? It's put into focus some of the projects, some of the deliverables that I have acted on, that I have delivered over the last year. And it's demonstrated the priority of some of those things to my employer. And some of those aren't valued anywhere near as much as I thought they were. I'm not going to go any further than that in discussing that, but and there are some things that are valued so much more. I've used this analogy before. You don't send Barry Bonds onto the field to catch fly balls. That's a baseball analogy. You're not going to put Ronaldo in to play defense. It's out of position. It's not what they're good at. If you got somebody who's really good at something, Barry Bonds hitting home runs, Ronaldo scoring goals, enabling the rest of the team, you're going to put them in a position to do what they do best. Murray says, is freelancing an option? It's always an option. There are things that I'm allowed to do. There are things that I'm not allowed to do. Microsoft has a moonlighting term that they have for the employee contracts. There are things that I'm allowed to do and I'm not allowed to do, and I will play within those rules. Drew the Dude, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you, Napalm. Don't sweat the small stuff. Community is better. Thank you. How you doing there, Richard? I'm watching us on YouTube. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to you. Oh my gosh. And Cinzimac. Hello.
Cinzimac just resubscribed for 9 months.
Hello. Welcome back in. Great to see you. Eric says, if there are requirements to stretch me, make me more productive, are they supplying me with the tools to assist? Oh, God, no. Oh, my God, no. I feel that AI agentic assistants are being positioned to help with the mark of getting more done with less. No. That's no. Mm-mm. And I've tried to use AI-generated coding, AI-generated documentation. I did a bit of that with the C# and the cards, and it wasn't my voice. It wasn't anywhere close to the way that I describe and present things. So, with that in mind, I pass on a bit of that. I'll use AI to help generate code snippets, but the voice that gets delivered just isn't mine. What I do, I'll dictate text that I'm writing and then come back and clean it up. And that does help me with a little bit of time here. But do I get tooling to assist? No. I pay for my own Azure subscriptions. Hook, line, and sinker. Everything that you see on Aspirify.net, that you see on C# in the cards, I pay for that. Microsoft doesn't pay a dime. The computers and tools and microphones and headphones, everything that you see on this screen, I pay for all that. I've got a brand new laptop, that Linux-based laptop that I'm using for my demos when I'm on the road, and I'm going to be speaking at Dev Intersection coming up here in 2 weeks. You've got a buy one get one free ticket deal right now for that event. If you want to go to a conference and meet all the Microsoft speakers, go to Dev Intersection. There's a coupon deal out there right now. Buy one, get one free. You and your colleague can go for one price. You just got to pay for the plane tickets and the hotel stay. Like, that's a really good deal. Like, phenomenally good deal. I'll be at Tech Bash later this month. Later September. It's like third week of September, we'll be at Tech Bash, and we'll be speaking there. I'm bringing and using my Linux laptop there. The machines that my employer gives me to do my job are woefully underpowered, and quite frankly, when I do get my hands on a Surface device, it's like 3 generations removed. So I buy my own gear, provide my own gear. It just, the organization that I work in, it's more important to deliver the first round of high quality gear, right? The first generation stuff to the engineers so they can get the stuff delivered. So I'm way down in the pecking order. And that's something that I've lived with now for 10 years. Like, okay, fine. Like, Microsoft will not provide me video editing gear, video production gear. They haven't provided me a single camera, a single microphone. Like, it's not even worth it to try and talk to them about it, because it literally gets denied so quickly when I ask for gear. So, no.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. Let me pin that for a little bit, and we can talk badly about another business practice that I don't think folks understand, but we'll talk about this in just a second. Robert says, after the review, I get a lot more of imposter syndrome. It's the first time ever in my time with the company that I get a lot more of this feeling. A buddy of mine once said to me, Robert, if you're not checking your back, if you're not watching your back, if you're not concerned, if you're not overthinking, what is it that you're working on? What is it that you're doing? That you're verifying and making sure that you're doing a good job, that you're meeting your goals. If you're not doing that, then you're missing something. You need to be constantly doing that in a large organization like my employer. So, nope, no crying in baseball. Robert Tables is here. Hello. Good to see you. Junie Von Esch, welcome. Working within guidelines. You thought you'd get to Fritz After Dark Hot Tub Coding Edition? No. Sorry. Hey, Surly Dev, good to see you. Yeah, it's didn't recognize the hat. I was looking up, so it probably hit it a little bit. If I was not aware of what was important and not important, and it didn't match what you expected, that sounds like a communication failure on their part. Hold that thought. Hoping next year make it to a conference. Totally. How much is the conference? I think the tickets are $1,700 American, something like that. Code Mash is in January. That's right, CTI Geek. I've never felt comfortable at Code Mash as a speaker. I've always felt out of place there. There is a very tight community around the Code Mash conference. But if you're not part of that community, you're not part of that community. Would think they'd want to support me? No. Oh God, no. Badger. No. I've put in justifications and requests and no. Don't get me wrong. The event is amazing. There is a ton going on there. There's so much happening. As a foreign speaker, a speaker from outside of the region, didn't feel like it. Can lead towards a toxic work culture. So I'm going to come right out and say it. Here's the thing, and this happens at a lot of employers, and Microsoft is no different. When you accomplish something, that's fantastic. You might get rewarded for it, you might not. But that's now an expectation going forward. It doesn't matter how much better you do the next one. You've already done it once. You can't be re-recognized for doing that again. I was the content chair for Microsoft Build 2018. That was 6 years ago now. Everybody does surveys, feedback after you're done a session, right? Hey, give us your evaluation. Highest evaluations ever for the Microsoft Build event. Highest. The content that I planned came in, like 4 or 5 of the sessions were in the top 10 evaluated for the entire event. Press loved the event. Our friends Paul Thurrott, Mary Jo Foley on the Windows Weekly podcast raved about how much they loved the event that year. Mary Jo wrote a glowing review on her blog. Great stuff. And I consider both of those reporters friends. And did a really great job. I was asked not to work on Build anymore after that. Blew the doors off, did a really good job delivering the content. Give somebody else a chance. Because you can't do any better. It doesn't matter how much better. Right? If the event just went off the charts and got perfect reviews the whole way across, the press said you need to drop everything that you do in technology and you need to be a part of Microsoft Build 2019. Doesn't matter. You've already done well. You've already achieved exceeds expectations on this event. You can't do it twice, ever. Consequently, and this happens at many organizations. Consequently, when there is a good product release, when there is a good event, when there is a good marketing engagement, folks move on because it's not good for their career. Because it doesn't matter what you do next time. It's already been counted. And there's no way, there's no reason, there's no way to go back and say, hey, you did a great job with that again. No. No. Because that's now the expectation. And exceeds expectations. There is no really exceeds expectations. destroys expectations is phenomenal. No, there is nothing else. So exceeds expectations is now the bar. You can't do better than that. So folks move on. You see this especially at Google, where folks are rated because they released a product. Hey, you released a product, you got your promotion, and then they leave the product to go work on something else because they delivered the product. Maintaining the product doesn't get you the next promotion, doesn't get you the next thing, doesn't grow your career. Maintaining the product isn't a career growth strategy. So, that is a little bit of a toxic work culture. It's kind of toxic customer-facing culture, but you see it at many of the large companies. The AI conference last week was interesting, very well put together. Thank you, Surly. We spent a good 6 weeks working on that. So, gosh, the host of that event, what nice guy, good-looking fella over there. Is it the case that they know you'll do it anyway? Yeah. You would have thought I would have got a better review? Nope. No. There are things that carry more weight than others, and I did not have that same understanding. So rather than keep it at that level, let's potentially let it fall apart. You see that all over the place. Look across the FANG companies as a new product is released, and you see it drop off in quality, or it has questionable quality. If there isn't somebody else that's able to step in and maintain it, do they? Or do they just drop it? You can take a look at the Google product graveyard, and it's literally filled with that. Is this why Microsoft people seem to move projects, divisions, frameworks so often? You got it. You've never had a review that made any sense at any employer for 25 years, says CTI Geek. I've had a few that were pretty good. At Microsoft. Badger says, would I equate that to a leadership issue or cultural? No, it's an HR issue. It's an HR cultural issue. The way that performance reviews are conducted. Maintenance is fixing all those things that get promoted left as landmines. Yes, that's right, Eric. Totally forgot there was any kind of conference event happening until you turned on Twitch. That's a whole nother problem. Napalm with the resub.
Napalm codes just resubscribed for 27 months.
So here's the deal. There's a marketing division at Microsoft, and consequently, they centralize all the promotion of things that are going to go out on the web or advertisements that they're going to buy. Kind of makes sense. You're aggregating, centralizing that so that you can see efficiencies in that. That group likes to optimize so that they're promoting one big bang thing at a time, right? Hey, there's a new product. We're going to go promote that. Hey, we've got Microsoft Ignite coming out. We're going to go promote that. Consequently, there are other events, things, products that aren't as high priority as some of these tier 1 types of things that are being promoted. As such, then, they don't get promoted. There is no advertising. There is no mention that goes out except for on the organic channels, newsletters and social media posts and emails that other employees send, because that's not the focus. So, and effectively, they've only got about 10 to 15 slots that they'll promote throughout the year. And we just about finished with an Xbox promotion here coming through the Gamescom event. Now they'll pivot and start promoting the next thing. So, but something like a little .NET Conf Focus event, they're not going to promote at all. It's just never going to happen. Marcus
Voice Coder just resubscribed for 28 months.
Thank you so much, Marcus. 28 months. Much appreciate that support. You once had an employer give you exceeds and you got a promotion. Great. Next year, hit it out of the park again, really crushed everything and then some. You got meets expectations because you can't exceed 2 years in a row. Yeah. Yep. You once worked for a U.S. company in the UK. During a review, your team lead said, I would love to rate you a 5 in this category, but HR won't let me. I've heard that as well from folks. Yep. And it does deflate motivation. Absolutely. But here's the thing. What motivates me is your success. Quite frankly, I don't work with the other people that I work with. Like, I don't actually collaborate and work on projects with them. I get assignments that I go and deliver. Right? I put together and I manage projects and I assign to people and they go do things and they report back to me, hey, this is what I've done. I don't actually work with and collaborate and write code together with these folks. That's just the way it is. And that's fine. I'm an individual contributor. That's just fine. But please don't think that documentation and planning and what I've done for Aspirify.net or the Big Bad blog series that somebody from the .NET Aspire team is listening to or reviewing or providing feedback on. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Most of the .NET Aspire team's leadership is watching the source code for Aspirify.net. Okay? And I'll leave it at that. They're watching it. and yeah, that's about all I can say about that. Yeah, to reinvent the internet to get a 5. Oh, Drew. Oh, that's awful. Look, I know what moves my spirit. I know what makes me happy, and it's seeing your successes over here, okay? That's what I'm going to continue doing. If it brings me rewards at work, fine. If it doesn't, fine. But I'm going to do the things that move my spirit. So, HR is for the employer, not for the employee. That's what a union is for. A union looks out for you as an employee. That's all I have to say about that. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. I have picked up, there are a couple of sponsorships that have happened around the stream. K-Focus sent me a new laptop. I have a unboxing video that I recorded of that I need to finish editing. We unbox, we do some initial configuration. Really, really cool stuff that's happening with that laptop. They custom built me a machine. It's got the latest Intel i5 processor on it. It's got the latest Intel graphics on it, 64 gig of RAM, and it's got 2 1TB drives on it. One of those drives runs Kubuntu Linux. So, right, that's a version of Ubuntu Linux that has KDE in front of it. It's got a lot of really nice user interface on top of it to make it easier to use, right? Make it quicker to get in and do some things that you don't need to be at the terminal to work on. And the other 1TB hard drive has Windows 11 installed. Here's the thing. They set up Windows 11 so that the partition is visible inside the Linux OS. So while I'm working on things inside the Linux OS, I can reach over and grab the things that OneDrive may have synced on the Windows partition. Really, really cool stuff. I want to finish setting up WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux, so that it mounts the Linux partition and I'm able to use that. We'll see if we can do that and what's involved there. So that happened from the folks at K-Focus. More on that. And of course, all through October, we celebrate Ubunktober here. It's a holiday I invented. But when we get into October, all month long, we'll be working on Ubuntu Linux and we'll be using that new laptop as part of that event. We also picked up a sponsorship from the folks at Digma Labs. And they sent me to try out. I'm not used to it, and I'm saying this now because my typing is going to be a little bit slower than usual because I'm not used to it. They sent me one of their new keyboards. Well, it's not a new keyboard, but one of their keyboards. This is called, there it is. This is just half of it. This is called the Digma Defy, right? And it's got the cool LED on it. RGB LEDs, configuration, multiple layers. It's a mechanical keyboard in this ergonomic layout, or they call it ergostatic because the keys are actually perfectly aligned vertically. Really, really cool stuff. What's interesting for me to get used to is there are 8 thumb keys. Look at this. There are 8 thumb keys down here. And I've got them wired up to all kinds of different effects. So I'm learning how to use this, and I'm beyond fumbling around and figuring out where the keys are. Now I'm realizing how bad a typist I was with a standard US QWERTY keyboard. And relearning how to do typical letters and numbers typing, because I'm used to cheating with my fingers and reaching over to other keys. So we're going to be using that. I'll show you some of the configuration of that today, because this has been a lot of fun to use. This is completely wireless, right? Check, no wires. It'll run with Bluetooth. I have it right. There's a Bluetooth adapter you drop in here. I have it turned on, and it's using the RF signal to run everything back to the PC. They call this a premium keyboard. It's not cheap. It's not the $20-$30 keyboard that you're going to get at your local Walmart or Target or big box retailer. It's a couple $100 American. So really cool to adjust and learn this. I've been having a good time learning it. I've got a bunch of custom configurations on this. Yeah, RF and Bluetooth, ergonomic. The wrist pads are removable, so you can go clean this, and then it magnets right back on there. It feels really good, and there's a bunch of macros, and they call them super keys that I've got set up that trigger and make some of the other interactions a heck of a lot easier to do when you're typing. Razer has a similar type of keyboard to minimize the stretching of your thumb. Yes. Are the keys loud? No. Uh-oh. What happened? All of a sudden But... Can you hear that? This is Digma. This is a Digma Defy. There's a panel just below. I believe it's set up on Twitch. I believe I have it set up on Twitch. But I don't have a link through. There is a referral code. Yeah, ergonomic power. I didn't link it. I didn't put a link on that. Let me see if I can update. Yeah, edit the panels. Right. Yeah, there it is. They call it the best wireless ergonomic keyboard. Here we go. Let me put this on the wall. Where'd it go? There it is. There we go. And let's write something like Fritz is using the Digma Defy ergonomic, and I don't know. They gave me a referral code that'll get me a commission if anybody buys using it, but it won't get you any discount. So I don't know about that, but check it out. I don't know what to write about this. Like, check it out. It's wireless and completely yeah, customizable. Oh, come on, man. Right, this is I think that's right. All right. So if you're on Twitch and you look just below, you'll see a link to Digma Labs and the Digma Defy. Let me see. Undo the edit. And yeah, click the... there you go. Click my name just below, and you'll see the wall of images and things, and it's in there. Yep. Okay, so if you're on the Twitch app on iOS or Android, you have to click into the channel, and you'll see it in the panels just below. And there's the link for the Digma Defy that I'm using. Where was I? So, yeah. Here, I can show you. So let's take a look. I'll show you the configuration of this thing. Is it able to switch devices? Yes, it is. There is Bluetooth pairing configuration, and you can change devices. But, like, I'm not wired up with that right now. Because I just have it on this machine. Let's figure that out later. So there's multiple layers. It does look like Two Fists. You're right. How you doing there, Weird Beard? Good to see you. So, right, I've got typical escape and tab set up here, but I've moved the... I removed caps lock and I moved the back tick down here. Particularly when I'm on a Linux configuration, I want to be able to get tilde. So that at least gives me the ability to still get tilde in there. Change my LEDs. The square brackets being in the middle here was interesting when we're coding with C#. The square brackets, that also means the curly brackets are here. That's weird. Not gonna lie, that's weird. Backspace delete being up here, that's kind of where you expect them to be. The single tick also means that the quotes are over here. Like a pinky stretch away. I feel like there's something better we can do with that. Backslash over here, / way down here. Another one of these where it feels like, right, particularly when you're navigating folders or working with file structure, weird. Yeah, you can change. You can get the different. So the keys are completely replaceable, right? When the keyboard arrived, it has replacement keys that you can drop on there. So, does it have layouts you can download? Yes. But I wasn't able to find a good developer layout. So, they have published them. So, there is an init key. But here, I want to show you this. I've just started tinkering with this, and this comes in the default layout. This is pretty much a stock layout. There's only a couple things I've changed. But there's this over here, this Super 1 key. Check this out. So here it is, Super 1. Look at this. So there are 5 different actions that it's configured to do when you have this set up. What's the single view? No, that's stupid. Whatever. So when I tap that key, it'll Control C. When I hold it, it'll Control V, right? So I've got one key that'll do copy paste. Tap and hold, and it will do the Shift Control V like you see in terminals. Double tap and it will cut, Control X, right? So that's kind of cool. I agree, Weird Beard. Let me get more comfortable with the keyboard and we can talk more about that. So this is cool that I have, right, one key that I can copy and then paste. And that's what I was doing in chat there, was I would tap and hold and it would fill in the entire structure there. Cool. Right, that's definitely something. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the other bits in the layout that are interesting. So backspace is up here, but what I really like is backspace is also right here next to the spacebar. So I don't have to do the whole move my hand and reach for the backspace. I can just move my thumb over and backspace. It does come with a keycap and switch puller. There's a couple extra keys that they delivered for me also. The O-rings, test switches. Yep, I got all that stuff. Yep. That's what they call it. Chris Jones is here.
Just resubscribed for 65 months.
Hey, Chris, good to see you. Thank you so much for that support. Much appreciated. But my thumb on the right side, like, this is the right-click menu key. I'm ready to remove that one. Like, I don't use that one. I also don't use space over here too much. I'm usually on this one over here. I'm a left thumb space person. I don't use the right alt. The battery level and the Bluetooth pairing are all right, fine. But I'm thinking about removing a handful of these, right? The menu, the right alt, and this already isn't anything. And put in there, in its place, things to go to some other layers. Let me show you some of the other layers. That's right, Surly. There is a case. Let me show you the case. So, let me go back over to the other scene so you can see this a little bit more. So it comes with nice size case, very durable, okay? Right? Zipper goes all the way around. And, so it's got a foam insert. And it's hard to see with the lighting. Right? There's two halves here that you put the keyboard in, and up top, there is a flap with netted area here that you can store the cables in that you use to charge it and connect it directly to your PC. Awesome. Good thinking there. So, this is going to be going with me to Las Vegas in 2 weeks. I really, really enjoy using this keyboard. I took it with me this past weekend. And what I haven't told you, I've used this keyboard when I've used Immersed, the virtual reality multiple monitor setup. So I put on my Quest headset. It gives me however many screens I want for my PC. Right? I've done 5 screens. Because I have a wireless mouse, a Bluetooth mouse, I have the wireless keyboard now. I've sat back on a recliner and I've got everything in front of me and at my hands, no questions asked. Really, really comfortable. Sit down in the family room on the recliner. It's a fantastic configuration. So, let me make sure. My daughter just tried to call me. Excuse me. Hang on. All right, let's get her set. Send your mind wondering, as RDJ's keyboard, yes, in the first Iron Man, right? It is very Tony Stark. Let me head back over here. Quest headset for virtual monitors. It's really cool. So the Quest headset is nice. It's inexpensive, right? $300 American, and you can get a good Quest headset. So the Quest headset is both. It is VR and AR because there's cameras on the outside that it will turn on and give you pass-through, and you can see what's going on. And they did something recently to the operating system that has significantly raised the resolution of those cameras when you turn on pass-through. That said, I believe, where is it? And I'll show you more about what I've done with the Digma in just a second. No, don't take me to the shop. Here it is. Right, I've mentioned this before. No, that's not it. This. I've ordered one of these, which is also not cheap, but it is much more human. the interactions with the Visor XR, and you can see it gives you multiple screens in front of you. This is all that it does, is reflect what's on your computer. And it looks much, much more approachable and human than wearing one of the VR headsets. If you're interested in checking this out, I have a referral code. You'll get some cash off on yours. I'll get some cash off on mine. It is not cheap. If you just want to try out doing this, the MetaQuest headsets are, I think you can get the MetaQuest 2 for less than $300 now. But this is, depending on which one you order, and they're all in pre-order right now. They're not coming for another couple months. But I'm really looking forward to that. So one second here, I gotta help the daughter here. Oh, go ahead, take a look.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
That's right. It is the Eye of Agamotto hat. So, let me show you some of the other things that I've done here. So layer 2, which comes off on this side, I don't use layer 2 at all right now. But layer 2 has the numeric keypad. What developer uses the numeric keypad? And it has the arrows on the right. But here's the thing. Like, as developers, we use the arrow keys a lot navigating around, right? Unless you're one of those Vim people. But if you're not using Vim, we use the arrow keys a lot. Even at the command line. So, layer 3 is where I live a lot of the time. So I get to layer 3, right? So these are layers. These are different sets of configuration of the keys, right? And I get to it by clicking this key over here. It's just to the left of my space button, right? Spacebar. Bald-bearded builder.
Bald-bearded builder just resubscribed for 51 months. Doing my part to put the Fritz daughters through university. Smile.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you. I saw your young one, who isn't quite so bald, headed off to university as well. Glad to see it. Congratulations to another proud father. Yes, we do donate the subs. I'm behind on setting that up, and that's something that I'm going to get done for September. So layer 3 is where I live, and this is where I've started to put all of the developer hotkeys that we use a lot here. So check this out. I put the arrow keys, because I'm used to using the arrow keys on my right hand, so I put them as my primary, right, as my home row location here. But I also put home and end right there next to it. There's nothing there on that one. All right, fine. Make that no key. And here, I'll turn off. I don't... If there's nothing assigned to it, then let's turn it black for right now. Turn it to no light. Right, I can assign each of the colors, and I've even got 4 slots to specify my own colors if I'd like. So the function keys, right, because we as developers use function keys a lot. I put them all up at the top. And Bald-bearded builder, we should talk here in the next day or two. I've got some things. I put page up and page down here. Other folks have them like off to the side or something. I put them right there. So the return to layer 1 is the same key that I used to get here. Shift I left where it was, but I put Control and Alt right here. Right? That way I can do the Control-Alt navigation around with the arrow keys with my index finger and my ring finger here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to put in the middle. I put Control-C, Control-X, and Control-V up here. I don't know. I might move those. I might end up moving those. And I put Undo down below so that I can easily undo things, right? Maybe I make hold redo or something. I don't know. I'll figure that out. These two are two macros, Macro 1 and Macro 2. So, am I switching to Vim or NeoVim? Nope. So, Macro 1, Macro 2 are something that I wanted to do for Linux. So, it's left win, or they call it super key, right? The Windows key, and Control and up, and then release Windows and Control. This is the change desktops gesture on Linux. So I can easily change desktops, right? And Macro 2 is the same thing. Cool. I also wrote a macro for Visual Studio to run all tests. Control R, release the control, and then hit A. Because I looked at that super key that was over here for copy-paste and thought, is there something that would be really good to have for Visual Studio? I put save where the space key normally is, so that while I'm navigating around and I'm editing things, I can quickly save. Control S, right, to save. But I put a super key here for Visual Studio. Check this out. I think this was kind of a cool idea. When you tap Shift F6, that builds the current project. When you hold, it runs the tests. When you tap and hold, it builds the entire solution. That's F6. And when you double tap, it rebuilds the solution. So, right, it goes through, it debugs, it does all of those things, runs the tests very, very quickly. So, new file. So, new file is Control Shift A. We'll figure it out. I mean, right, I'm learning and figuring this out, and as the more and more that I work with what's on layer 3, I'm going to end up filling these in with some of those keys that, and keystrokes and gestures in Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code that make sense and feel good for me as a developer. You know? Eric, you're going in a direction that I really want to do. I want to build layer 4 for Overwatch. I really love playing Overwatch. But playing first-person shooters that are optimized for a layout like this, right, WASD doesn't feel right on this type of keyboard. So what a lot of folks do is they'll move the WASD for, right, forward, left, right, and back. They'll move it over to ESDF. So what I'm thinking is I'll make layer 4 my Overwatch layout. And I'll move all the gestures and interactions for controlling a character here.
Jenswas just resubscribed for 33 months. Mr.
33
Fritz.
months.
So good seeing you again. It's been a while. I hope your summer was great and relaxing.
It's been a summer. So I'm not going to rewind and recap, but it's been quite the summer. Bald Bearded Builder uses Visual Studio Code more often than Visual Studio, but you love super keys for toggling terminal debug. Yes. So, right, those are great ideas for toggling the terminal, for running the debug, right, and that's what I have down here. But things like toggling the terminal, you know, I could sneak in over here. But, right, I've got control, right, to run the terminal is what? Control backtick. So, right, I'm in this weird position of, right, trying to stretch between these two keys. That's weird. So maybe there is a hotkey that we set up somewhere over here to do some of those things to, right, tap it once to open the terminal, double tap, and it goes to the find dialog, those types of things. But to do general navigation, this might not be a bad idea. And as I get used to working with this super key up front here that does the copy paste and all that, I might end up removing these 3 keys, right? Maybe I move undo up here and put the super key down here so it's just always there. So there's lots of options here for updating this, and I think we're going to see this grow and change and adapt to my needs as we write code here on stream. So, okay. We've talked a lot about keyboard settings and other things that are going on. Let's actually dive in and get back to writing some code. Shall we? So, something that's kind of bothered me, and another one of the .NET Aspire engineers is now watching the source code for Aspirify, checking it out and watching as we build things. How easy is it to toggle between layers? So I have it right here, under just to the left of my thumb. DGen 1, I was thinking exactly the same thing, and I will get something set up here before next stream, because I do have a mount that'll allow me to point a camera down at the keyboard. So I was very much thinking the same thing. The trick for me is going to be, how do I place that so that it's not like right here in the camera? I need to get it like up here. So we'll get that worked out. So I have my toggle right here to go between 1 and 3. Layer 2 is over here to go to layer 2. Right, which is also kind of and it's all these layer change keys. Oh, wait, do you see this? You can shift to another layer while holding the key and then release to go back to the previous layer. Or you can tap it and you permanently go there. Really cool stuff, really cool option there, so that you can just like shift, go over there, do something, but you have to be holding it down while you're doing that. And that's not the way that I think right now. As I get into doing more of this, it might feel a little bit more appropriate. But I definitely feel like I'm going to replace some of these with like a jump to games configuration somewhere out here on like layer 4 and start building that. What I did find it, so I have the purple color that comes up on the background around the outside of this. And I mean, take a look, you can see I've only got a few of the keys assigned, and only those light up. Like, really, really cool to be able to do that. But I'd love to be able to change, like, can I, wait a sec, I can click each one of these? Hang on. Wait a second, can I change, like, just, are you kidding? Can I do, like, this one, too? And that one? And this one? Like, just go around the horn and, like, stop it! Oh my gosh! It did! That's crazy! Like, first off, I don't want to have to go around the whole way. Like, yeah, underglow, left, right. So, left. And I can edit the color. But you can't do an effect with it. Like, it'd be really cool if I could do, like, a pulsing effect. No, wait, you can. There's no firmware awaiting. Yeah, discard changes. That's fine. There's no firmware awaiting. Yeah, I'm up to date. Okay. Cool. Wait a sec. Could I write a macro to change the colors? And, like, iterate through. Whatever. Let me catch up here. Hey, Ellieface, good to see you. Yeah, right. So there's a couple of extra keys they gave me. They're only like these blank keys. They're just in a dash on them. They're not any letters or symbols or anything. I feel like I need to buy more keys for this. Can I name the layers? I don't know. Maybe I can. Okay. I guess I can. See, here we go. Right, you're going to start to see just how bad Fritz is at typing. So let's go over here, and I'll rename this one. No, I thought I discarded those color changes. Right? So this... There we go. So it's purple now the whole way around. But I rename that. Right. And, yeah, L3. And, let's call this, coding. Right, because it's got a bunch of my hotkeys for working with that. You've repurposed your mouse DPI switch for this type of thing? Yes. Every other mouse button is mapped to something else. That's very cool. So, like, the forward and back mouse buttons on the side of my mouse, I've got reprogrammed to do things like melee attack, right? Make them red when Microsoft Build fails. Is this my first encounter with a keyboard? No. But it's my first time using an ergonomic keyboard like this. So we'll tinker and do more with this as we're going through. Great to see you, Alleyface. Thanks so much for dropping in. It's giving Wiimote with way too many buttons. I love the Wiimote. Like, it'd be really cool. Oh, one last thing that this does. Let me zoom in real quick here. Go back over here. It has stands. So if you want to prop it up on its side, you can do that too. And it's got several different layers there, so you can set it at different levels. I'm not used to that yet. Thank you. Glad you decided to stop in. I hope you're doing well. I know you've had some challenges the last week or two here. So, great to hear from you. At one moment in time, you wanted a Microsoft Surface dial. One of these. The batteries went dead in it. So, I need to put new batteries in it. But I very much want to get back to using my Surface dial for things like video editing. And there were a couple other things that I had set up with this. They still sell them. They're still out there. How long does the battery last? On the keyboard, it feels like it's 2 or 3 days. But for most folks who are just sitting at a desktop, just plug it in. Just leave it plugged in. Who cares? So I'll go back and forth and see how it runs. So, yeah, the dial works. It does some neat stuff you can configure inside of Visual Studio. Absolutely does. Let me head back over to the code here. We can talk more as I'm going through doing some of these edits. I wanted to clean up the build warnings, and that's what's in the title of today's stream. So there's a bunch of these types of null, non-null, managing types of interactions that I want to go through and clean up. Toys are fun. Not gonna lie. So, what do you think? Oh man, there's haze on these. What do you think of when I play Overwatch on stream? Is that something you enjoy watching? Is that something you're not? You don't enjoy? Let me know. Here. There we go. All right. So I've got a bunch of updates to clean up some of these files and improve, probably improve the build sanity a little bit here. But there are literally 126 warnings that I'm just going to run through and clean up while we're chatting here. You enjoy watching me play? Surprised I can code after the frenetic action of an Overwatch match. So, I'm going through some practice to work on my reaction time and my aiming with the mouse. Something that Junie Von Esch pointed out for me. My mouse is kind of on the front edge of my keyboard, and on the front side of my desk. So I don't rest my entire arm on my desk. It's resting on my chair and reaching over to the front edge of the desk. Consequently, I don't move the mouse that much when I play, right? Or when I'm writing code. I turn up the sensitivity here. Consequently, I'm a very inaccurate mouser. Now I sound like a cat. But that means that when I aim, my aim is awful. I want to work on that. I want to improve that. So I'm doing a little bit of practicing to try and improve that. I'm going to work on a little bit of my layout to a little bit of my configuration here so that I can move my mouse more accurately. So I'm going to go through and clean some of these things up. Chat is very open. I want to be very responsive to chat today while we're going through and tightening down some of these things, and then we'll go back after we're done this. It'll probably take about a half hour or so, and we'll work on content collections for the website. You sense an Overwatch Community Tag Team Championships coming? That might be fun. We'll see. On my article edit page, it's put up the error list. I want to be able to see that while we're going through and cleaning this up here. So, must contain blah blah blah. Consider adding required modifier. Sure. Right. The other thing this is going to do is working through this. It's going to help me. Get my comfort with the keyboard going here, right? So, article date needs it also. Yeah, okay. Right? You can see just how bad I am at typing. Oh, dear Lord. Right, and I'll go down to this one, and it needs the same thing on submission partition key. Yes. I've been watching the UK's absolute treasure of a gentleman, Jeremy Clarkson, and Clarkson's Farm over the past few days. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that hysterical? One day soon, Copilot will aim for me. No! That's a bot. You don't do that. Alright, so I got those couple things. Let's see here. That's on article edit. Yeah, I put that in. I put all of those in on article edit. Dereference of a possible null. So it's going to deserialize coming in from the discovered article. And then I check it right there. Well, let's do it. If it didn't find anything, we can just make that. Right, if we do that check, then yeah. Okay. Right, so we do a null check before we go and assign it. It is a great show. In it? Yes. So I'm late in season 3 where he's building the car park at his shop. So I'm curious to see how that turns out. And I've tried I peeked at his Twitter, and I've seen some of the other announcements and things that he's done since then. Quite frankly, happy for the guy that he's a pompous windbag. That's who he is in the media. But he's trying to build a farm, build a business, help a community. And the politicians and leadership in that community have made it clear that they don't want his help. Like it or not, the guy owns 1,000 acres. Why not embrace him and let him do his thing and kind of make sure that he is acting within the best interest of your community? He has always been like that. Totally. I get it. He's a pompous windbag. He is. But when you see how he does want to interact and help the community and the other farmers and establish a co-op where, you know what, they've got a farm shop where they're all collaborating and they're all making a little bit of money because they're getting a bad deal from the government and some of the local markets that are buying their product. I mean, it's hard to make a living with some of those and the grants and the programs. He's got a tremendous platform that he's trying to use to lift up some of the other farmers and the community. Like, that's not a bad thing. He's paying his taxes on his shop and getting back and trying to grow his community a little bit. Like, why don't you lean into that a little bit? Hey, you're going to bring this, you want to do these things, and it's going to bring more traffic and stuff here. Okay. Let's collaborate to do more here. It's not a terrible thing. This is called Clarkson's Farm. It's you can find it on Amazon Video. So, I see you're a Prime subscriber. So you've got Amazon Prime, you've got the free Prime Video. It's Clarkson's Farm. It's Jeremy Clarkson. He famously hosts Top Gear. You see that internationally. Now the Grand Tour on Amazon, but he also in the UK hosts Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You work with people who are farmers grow up. They said it was surprising how accurate it is to the realities. I'm not surprised, and it's good that type of perspective is being shared about some of those things. Possible null reference assignment. So if the description is null, so can we do something like right, can we do that? Okay, that works. What else do we have here? Nope, that's it for this page. So if I run a build on that, let's see if it reduces. It should have cleaned up and removed some of those other ones. You've got Prime ads now. Yeah. All right, show me my error list. Let's show me some of the... All right, down to 119 and over to article page. We're going to run into some other things here that we need to clean up. That's fine. Right? Make that required because it's a parameter coming in. So that isn't too much of a stretch. Let's see. Pub date. It's another parameter. That feels kind of weird. Like, all right. Good. The article. Well, we use it all over the place. What happens if I'm... That one I have concerns about making it required. Right? Like... And then I have a bunch of places down here where I have exceptions I declared that don't use. Right? I don't actually use that exception here. Right? What some developers don't understand is you don't always have to actually catch an exception. You can just say catch. Right? Like, you... Oops. You don't actually need to do... Now, wait. That isn't page down, that's end. Why is it going... Right? So if I go control... Right? That's end. I'm hitting this key. Control end shouldn't be going to the end of... Right? And if I do control shift end, why is it going to the end? That doesn't make sense. Right? Because if I click end there, see it goes to the end of the line. Is there something... No. Oh, control end. That's, yes, I'm doing control end. My bad. Right, so I just want to do shift end. Okay, fine. And what was the other one? There was another exception somewhere. Right, EX2 on 165. No. EX... This one. Yep, we can get rid of that one too. Alright, fine. Cool. And I am cheating and looking at the keyboard a lot here, and it feels weird. Alright. And that's done with this page. Okay. Next page. Nullable type may be null. Nullable type may be null. The timestamp. There'll always be one there. When there's items, there will be a timestamp. Let's take a look at that. It's null when we create it, but when it comes out, there will be a value to it. So I'm okay here. Right? I'm okay marking that as it will have a value. You can ignore that. Dereference of a possible null reference down here. This is the discovered article. Well, I can do the same, right? Check if it's null and flow through appropriately. Keep going here. Article Q down here. Because this call is not awaited, execution continues before the call is. Sure. That's fine. Articles must contain non-null value. Consider adding required. Fine. Right. I gotta get used to situating my hands properly on the keyboard. Like finding that home location, you know? Before I go too much further, let's commit. Let's commit. So I also got to get used to enter is under my thumb. Right, so get... no. It's this one. Yep, we're good on that. So get commit -am, right? Right, more. Right, null fixes. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Right, I'm not going to push that up just yet. We can make this the whole screen. Right, it's like control page up. No. Not even going to try and fix that. Just do it. Okay. Articles page. More of the required stuff. See, I wish I could just right click and say, fix this. Sure, do it. Like, actually, isn't there a... Right, like... Yeah, generate constructor. No, I don't want to generate constructor. I want... Put the required term on there. You know what I mean? Like... Just do that. There we go. I gotta get used to, there's so many keys right here under my thumb. And it wants the same thing on featured articles, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, fine. Author name must contain non-null value. Where's that? Oh, that's not on this page. That's on author page. Oh, cool. All right, so now let me see if I do it to try and do a Control T. Hey, look at that. Author page, sure. That didn't go there. And now I feel sad. Yeah, author page. That one. All right. Okay, cool. Another one of these. Make this required. Like, is it wrong if I want to make required, like, typing the word required a macro? Like, go ahead, type this in. Same deal here. Yeah. And does it want error message must contain? No. That one we don't want to do that. That one we want to yeah, string empty. Yes, do that. Finally Copilot stepping up and with the right answer. Continuing here. Oh, next page. Cool. Category page. Yeah, here it is again. Make this required. Yeah, fine. Articles must contain non-null. Where's that? This one, okay. All right. And error message on 169, the next one down. Yes, do that. Cool. What is that? Don't care. Counter service. Watch queue must contain non-null value. Where is watch queue? Has that not been running? No, it's been running. But it hasn't actually been... No. Because I'm getting values coming out of that. See, now here's one where, like, the comment key is in a weird place. No, we need to... Yeah. Maybe required doesn't, hasn't been in the language long enough for it to make it to the tool. F8 key will jump to the next warning. Is it F8 key? F8, F9, F10. Are those on layer 3? No. Okay, so that's F6, F7, 8. 8? Okay, so we're 2 shifted over. Oh, boy. All right. So if it's F8, we'll jump to the next one.
Oh my.
Thank you, learned something new. Nice. C-Sharp Titan asks, have I watched Wolverine and Deadpool? Yes. So funny. They did a magnificent job with keeping it irreverent and on tone with the Deadpool character. Just loved it. Totally a thing. Really enjoyed it. So if that's never used, where is... That's the only place that it's referenced. But I need to put the task out there somewhere. Like, Right? I need to save the task so it doesn't go out of... Or do I just return the task? If I did just return the task, right? Like, that's a thing. Maybe? Right? I mean... I guess. The dog was funny. Oh my gosh. Hideous, but funny. Must contain a non-null value. Alright, so here's another one of these. These are refs to various components that are being defined. And it looks like... I mean, alright. I'm getting better at typing that. See, I'm on the wrong layer now. This is... yeah. So that should take care of those items. Yeah, got that. Got that. Yes. Why is it all out of order? Possible null reference, argument for parameter context in... So the HCA here is an HTTP context accessor, but it's been injected up there. I mean, I guess I could do something like right now. All right, now here's where we're gonna get. Do I want to throw or do I just want to fail silently? Maybe that's all right. Featured article must be required. Same thing for the version. I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, alright. Right, acquired space. Okay. What are you upset about here? Null reference assignment. Because it's got the first or default on it. I'm okay with that. Because if there isn't one, then we've already got a bit to handle it. You know? Why are these highlighted? Okay, fine. Solve it then. No, I don't want a constructor. You're not gonna, like, hey, let's just make that public. Right? Like, oh, see, here's Fritz not used to reaching quite so much for the P key on the keyboard. Like this. Switch over like that. Yes. Okay. Field value. Fine. right? So it equals is in a weird place. Yes, there it is. String empty. Give me that. But it's like, couldn't you at least put a space in there? What else? Post must contain a non-null value when exiting constructor. Where? I guess we could do... Hey there, Red King. Welcome. I don't have to remove all the required soon because Project won't compile if you have enabled warnings as errors. Well, I don't have warnings as errors turned on. Right? I should do an else in here. Yeah, we can do that. No. See, I'm on the wrong layer. Right? This is where, like, I've got to get used to bouncing back and forth between layers on the keyboard. Yeah, I could do the null assignment. Weird Bean Dev, hello.
Weird Bear Dev just resubscribed for 4 months.
Weird Beard Dev,
Coding
yeah.
goodness smile.
I hope so. Thank you. Right, if I were to do this as a bit of see, that's not escape on this. No, that's not going to work either. Hang on, let's go over. This feels weird. Putting backtick when I'm doing navigation here, that should probably be escape. Right, because while doing keyboard navigation, we should do some of that. If I had an on-screen prompt displaying the keyboard level, I don't know if I can get that level of integration with this. Alright, where was I? So, right, I could do, right, host. Yeah. Do that. That becomes a heck of a lot clearer. Right? And come on down here. And if I replace that, there we go. Yeah, that works. Right? Build that. That should work. Oh, man. Hey, Thindall. Would the coalesce catch empty strings? I don't know. Here's this visibility thing again. Right? Where else? Yep, same deal. Right. This really is Fritz relearning how to type, let me tell you. And trust me when I tell you, it was so much worse just a few days ago. So, yes, public. Next. We took care of that one. Can I convert null literal to nullable reference type? Well, I want you to be able to run this without it. Right? Yeah, when the keyboard cam will definitely bear all my sins for the world to see when I type. Ugh. I feel like I should just create an override that has just the one format and calls with null. You know? Yeah, public. No. Async task. Right here comes. Let's see how good I've. Yep. Cool. No, go away. Generate PDF for URL. Hello, Code with Sean.
Code with Cian just resubscribed for 50 months. My good. 50 months.
Thank you so much. And really appreciate the support for the channel. We're going to get back into donations here in the next in the next week or so. Now that I'm on the other side of a little bit of the challenges that I've had in my personal life here. All right, so now I can do this, but it didn't put that in the right place, so I need to move this over here and move that, and now I can come back in here and do that. Right. Hello, Starflower. Welcome. Gim for 15 minutes. Vim. No, don't do that, Red King. No, no. We're getting here. Let me tell you. So I would. Let's get rid of the async on that. Right. Because then I can just say down here, right, return that. Which now means I can go over here and... no, not shift. I can get rid of this. Now, it still doesn't like that. But if HTTP context is null, it handles it down here. So I'm okay with that. Like, we're doing something proper with that I expect. Let's change this from it does not equal null. Right, let's change that to is. Let's see how that picks up here. Yeah, not seeing anything. Yeah. Don't I use format on save to put spaces in automatically? I do have it set up, but I'm still... Right? Format on save? Format... Right? Is it in here? No. Where's format on save? Really? I think. Yeah, tools, options. All right, now Control E. Right, format. Come on. not a preview feature. I don't remember where it is. Where is format on save? With the brush on the icons on the bottom left? Anyway, get out of this. No, it's background tasks. Yeah, that's in VS Code. In Full Visual Studio, quick save. No, no, no. Code cleanup on save profile. Run code cleanup profile on save. What's that? Select code cleanup on save profile. Profile 1. Run code cleanup. Configure. Remove unnecessary imports or usings. Apply file header. Sort imports or usings. Format document. Sure. Right, so if I've got some extra space here, save. No, it didn't do anything. Right, extra spaces here. And save. No, it didn't do anything. No. That code cleanup isn't doing anything. No. Kind of begs the question, what's it actually doing in there then? Is there a reason to enable JavaScript for the PDF renderer? So the content that it's rendering is being generated with server-side Blazor, so you have to wait for it to be pushed onto the screen from server side, and it'll paint an update. So you do need to enable it for that, based on how I have it configured and running. Where was I? I thought we'd already worked on this page. Dereference of a possible null reference. You're going to make me do this on all the DA things here, aren't you? Because it's outside of that. How annoying. There we go. Right, so back over here. Non-nullable field watch queue must contain a null value, blah, 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 blah. This down here. Sure. I'll make it nullable. That's fine by me. And then it's never used, actually. Well, hang on, just get rid of it then. Right? Because I'm just returning the queue. So we got rid of that. Display name must contain a non-null value and exit concern. Oh, geez. This is... What is this display name used for? The current user. Oh, this is inside of... I know where this is. Sure, we can make that required. That's fine. This is index razor, the input model. It is required. So I've got to make it required. Like, okay, sure. Does the hat command work again? It should. Yeah. When I configure the cleanup in the pop-up window, you have to specify the fixtures you want to run. It didn't, so we didn't have that set up?
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Let's go back and try that. Yeah, that one. Run code cleanup profile on save. Default included fixers. Did it not do it? No. It's not saving that setting. That's weird. Okay, now it's got it saved. Okay. So if we put weird spaces in here, right? Because everybody loves weird spaces. Right? No, I'm not typing that in there. No. Save. No, it didn't format. No. Yeah. We'll be the judge of that. Format document doesn't remove extra lines. All right. What's next one here? HTTP context. It's a cascading parameter. Ugh. Fine. Fine. Possible null feature here. So if we don't have HTTP context, should probably bail out if you don't have an HTTP context. Like, don't do anything if we don't have one, you know? That's probably the right thing to do in this case. Right? HTTP... Right, context... Oh my gosh. I don't want to do... I don't want to go full on throw. I just want to error. Not even error, just bail. Because it might come back later. Right? Just return. You choose... Unchoose Studios? Hello, welcome. Spaces between keywords. Will it solve that one? Right? So if I throw some extra spaces in here and save... No, it still doesn't do it. No. No. So, I think we're better there. What do we got here? Possible null reference assignment. Yeah. And I check for it to be null on the next line. You idiot. Like, I'm okay with that because it's going to check on the next line. But you don't like it on there. That's not it. That's it. No, still doesn't like it. Really? So what's the null reference? What's it? The email? Is it the email? No, it's not the email. No. What happened over here? Add some items into the fixers there. Okay. We can do that. I don't like how that error possible null reference assignment isn't telling me what the null reference is. Because it's not the email. Right? So, what's the null reference? And it's not user manager. So... I'm okay with that check. Nope, doesn't like it. I don't know. But user is not nullable. No. Okay, fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Cinzy Mac. Compared to firing Control K, Control D, yeah. All right. So the question was, what if we go back over to the save profile and we add in the code cleanup? Apply conditional expression preferences, auto property, parenthesis preferences. Sure, add that one. And why won't you? Oh, okay. Ew. Where'd it go? It's gone. That's gone. Wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to go back to the options dialog. Yeah, parentheses, preferences, and I can't double click and move things. Compound assignment, remove unused parameters, accessibility modifiers, unused value preferences, apply namespace, remove unnecessary casts, make field read only. Analyzer warnings or errors, set neteditor config. Not sold on that one yet. Apply using directive placement preferences, apply tuple name preferences, blank line preferences, yes. Apply string interpolation, language framework type. Blank lines between consecutive brace preferences, sure. Blank line after colon, constructor initializer preferences, var preferences, sure. No. Get rid of that one. Static local function, throw expression, deconstruction. Conditional delegate call, using statement preferences, sure. Namespace preferences, sure. So there was something about spaces in there. No, that didn't remove the unused spaces. I don't know. Maybe we'll see it light up and start working. But for now, hey, Tick Tick Boom, hello. Does it give more information on the warning? Don't think so. No. There is no drill down on this. So. Possible null reference for parameter user. Well, it shouldn't have, because if it was null up here. So maybe we need to... Right, do this. Go to the end of that, carriage return, and right, just return, and close that join. So that shouldn't get to there, because it won't be, because if user is null, it returns, so it'll never drop down into these. Dear Lord. Build that. Let's see if we can write. The number was what, 119? Formatting by using voice. There's Marcus. There you're one up on us. Totally agree. Us keyboard folk will stick extra ugly spaces and things in there. This needs to be. Why does that need to be public? Whatever. Fine. No, I'm typing that, darn it. Right. Get past the warnings. Yeah, I know there's unreachable code. Got an error in index. Required member display name must be set in the blah 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 blah. Yeah? Where? Right. Do I do that or make it string empty? I think string empty is better. I don't know why, but it just feels that way. Right, which... Oh, darn it. Should get rid of that error, right? No. No. We're not that smart. We didn't get it. Come on, let's go. No. Fine. If you're going to be that way. Right? Here we go, Fritz. Here we go. Space, and it's, yeah. Display name. Oh, it was that display name. Whatever. Equals... Say, equals is a weird stretch now. Really weird stretch. And then, yeah, get rid of that. Right? No, I do need the semi there. Don't I? Wait. See, I gotta get used to having my hands on the right spot on the keyboard. Format! Code Rush will do it. How you doing there, Enyo Phase? Hello. Yeah, it's on the input model. So if we go over to the input model, right? So, right, if we go to the end of that, yeah, if we do that, then where was it? Here. Right, if we do that. No, still doesn't like it. Yeah. Nope. Can't avoid this one. So, delete that. Hang on. So right now I have backspace up here. Let's make this the delete key. Right? Or do I... Yeah, I don't want to make it double tap. That's going to be weird. Right? So that's the delete key. Let's make that also red. So that I know it does delete things. Wrong key. There we go. All right. So now build and see how we're doing. Oh! And now we know. And show me my error list. Right? Don't care about that. Invite landing page. Dereference of a possible null reference. Is it the user? Or is it the identity? Yeah. Even then, like, no. What if it's that one? Right, so I still need to move over and give it something to do with that. Right? So, like, if you don't have one, then, false. And that looks weird. Like, wrap that. Like, I don't like... Okay, that makes a little more sense now. Non-nullable hosts must contain non-null value. Where's that? Oh, okay. Yeah, so let's mark it required. But what's this? Why is it? Can we start with a queryable.empty? Like, can we default that? Is that a thing? No. Let's make it... Can we make it enumerable? Right, dot empty but then we still have to do this and as queryable. Right? Still doesn't like it. Why? Okay. New host must contain, yeah, so that's got to be required, which means that this is going to, it's going to want this to be public and required. All right. Next one. Yep, that's that same one. Oh boy. And here we want to make this. Yeah. Okay. Next one. That is a ref, so we're gonna make that required. What else? So because I did this kind of makes sense. I see where that is. Like, this could absolutely come through and not be a thing. It's going to be. I should do... No, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this as... Can we do a check here? Can we do... Right. If arg's data item is null, return. Sure, but I think there's more to check there. And, that's better. Right, I think I also want to do, alright, now where's the damn vertical pipe? Ah, there it is. Or, args dot... Yep, data item is not what the heck is that? Is not chart author. Return. And it's still looking at this and saying, well, I don't understand. Hey, Bigfoot is real for sure. Makes you realize what it's like for a newbie when you're... Yeah. Yeah. It's not going to have a quick fix for that. Right, if we do like that, so that we are checking it. No, still doesn't like it. That's really annoying. What if we did, right? What if we did, Right, so then if we said, is null. No. That is weird, but I don't get it. I don't get it. Need to check that arg's data item is null, not arg's. So the as will also, right? If that is null, it'll still come out as null. What's the impact of not fixing it? It's just hideously contaminating the error report. Yeah, but the warnings stay if you don't do without. I don't know. What do I want to do here? How do I fix this? And annoyingly, it's not clear how to fix it. Let's come back to this one. Oh, it's another one of these. Yes. It's a required deal. Fine. Oh, it's the stupid thing again with the navigation. Fine. I'm pass. Okay. What? Yeah. And yeah, it's got the same thing over there. Yeah. Okay. Yep, chart ref is required. So we are at 84 warnings. Let's build again. Do. Come on. We're waiting. Just add the exclamation point. No. Yeah, see? No, it's not that one. It's over here. Yeah, there we go. Take me back to the error list while you're still... Nope. Rats. 74, though. Getting there. Right, so right here... Put another one of these. Data... Yep, let's make that required. Navigation Manager is unread. We're not using it in there? Really? I'm trying to make sure that I type properly here. So... it is used. That is used. It's just, it's in the conditional. It's commented out right now in the conditional. Do I have an option to add a... Yeah, let's suppress that issue. Not the spelling. Yeah. Because I have a conditional compilation that's turning that on and off. I'm again using XXX to confirm the non-null ability I started using when the warnings were added. I'm telling it to ignore the null ability. Yeah, warnings are bugs waiting to happen. But I had already done checks around it that said this is already not null. You don't need to worry about this. Oh, look at this one. Right? That the type of name version is null. The assembly always has a version. What are you smoking here? Like, that's a thing. Right? Same thing here. The assembly always has a version. Like, that's just good coding, like that it always has that. If context is null, then we're reaching into context request. Well, yeah, that looks wrong. Yeah. Right? Yeah, there we go. Next one. Null reference assignment, builder configuration. Okay, this is something that I should put a doodad around, put a check around. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's move this up. Right. And then we can put a big old, right, we got to do a check on both of these. String is null or empty. Yep. All of that, John. Or the other one, right? Yep. There we go. Actually, we only want it configured if they're both not. So, if that is not null or empty, right, and the other one is not null or empty, right? Ooh. This is the auth object, right? Because then down here, it's going to be and I should probably wrap that. Yeah. Right? Wrap that and now, why doesn't it like this? Yeah. Identity oh, because it's on identity cookies. Oh, darn it. Okay, so do we do semi here and then do auth? No. I mean, it's fine, but not what I wanted to do right now. This is an ugly cluster of code here, and I feel like I want to refactor it and move it somewhere else. You know? Oh my gosh, that's... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Napalm. Builder configuration, get required section. If I were to do... I still need to wrap that check. Right? Builder configuration, right? Configuration, get required section. No. I still have to do a check on the configuration section to do the application. No. I do not like that. No. Okay. Where was I? I don't remember. I don't remember. Come on. More null references. Oh, dear Lord. The Blazor pages throwing these null references? Annoying. Now, why is... We just did a check to see there is a value there and there is a value there. So this has a value. So I'm going to force it. Right? And I feel like I can because I just checked for it above. But it's a magic string. It's a magic string for the configuration when we're configuring configuration in one place here. I'm okay with it. Like, if anything, I would move this out into its own method and isolate those strings at that point. I'm not too concerned with it there. You're totally right, it is a magic string, but I think because the only places it's referenced are right next to each other, I'm okay with that. What is that? Line 112, null reference. Yeah, I already took care of that. No, repository will always be there. Like, it's registered above. We don't need to talk about that. Path. You're kidding, right? It just fetched it above. There is a path. A path! A path! No. That's right. Fritz just imitated Monty Python. If we're debugging, return that. Otherwise, no, that's fine. That's a conditional compilation. I'm okay with that. Converting literal to non-nullable type. Okay. So you're telling me that this should be like this. Okay. What else you got for me? That's always going to be a thing there. I shouldn't have made it. No, see, it doesn't like that either. Right? By making it the appropriate type, like, I'm using it all over the place in here, so if app is null, maybe we shouldn't be doing anything. Right? Right? That's kind of a thing, isn't it? Yeah. App is null. Sure. I'd really prefer to put that all on one line, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm okay with that. Blazor Mr. Magoo.
Blazor
Hello.
Mr. Magoo just resubscribed for 74 months. Warnings as errors. Errors as rewards.
Something like that. Something like that, yeah. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciate. Yeah, I think that looks better to my developer eye. Oh, did you see it fixed the space down here? Next one. Creating null literal or possible null value with non-nullable type. What? I mean, okay. right? Do that then. Keep going. Oh, man. Right? What else? Keep going. Keep going. More of that continuation token that it just does not like. Fine. $149. It's doing it again. No, we're good. Looks like slander. Oh my goodness. No, it's not slander. How you doing, Becky? Good to see you. That's our friend Becky Buckler from the .NET team. Hello, hello. Good to see you. No, it's...
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
That's artificial intelligence that did that detection stuff.
And then.
So, no and then. No and then. Cleaning up a bunch of stuff there. I see what you're saying, Richard. If I go back... Here's another... Alright, so hang on, let's go... Code movement stuff. Let's go to my... I have a code movement... So, Becky, I've got a new keyboard here. This is called a Digma Defy. Right. Yeah, check out this keyboard. Very extra. They're sponsoring the stream. They've reached out and sent me a keyboard to try out here. It's got all the goodies. But I feel like, right, the Control-T navigation is something that we could just wire up as a Visual Studio hotkey to be able to work with here. So let's do this. I'm going to make this blue, and I'm going to wire it up so that when I click that, I get Control-T. Right? Save those changes to the keyboard. So now, right on my right, you see there's, these are my arrow keys, but now I have Control-T wired up over here, where the H is. So if we go back to Visual Studio, right, and I want to go find the configuration, hats, keyboards, errors. Yes, I have sponsored, I do not have sponsored errors. That'd be kind of cool to have somebody sponsor errors, but I don't have that. Like, I could do Control-T like that, but when I'm in my code navigation, I can just hit that. That's nice. That's nice. And it's like configuration. And it was somewhere. No, see, I'm kind of right. Like, no. Program. Yes, program. I need program CS for the website. So I don't know if you saw, Becky, and I'll share with the friends here in chat. One of the .NET Aspire engineers, Eric, has joined the Aspirify.net repository and is peeking around at the source code over here. So that's kind of fun. All right, so I'm in the program. We were looking for configuration in here. Right? Spelled it wrong. Still spelled it wrong. And I configure. Yeah. Next. What? It was like right around here. Right in here. So what you're saying, Richard, is instead of saying builder configuration, blah, 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 do right, jump in here and do something like, right, you were saying builder, come on, Visual Studio. Builder, yes. Dot configuration get required section, and then oh boy, big words. It's not going to be easy for Fritz to type this. Authentication Microsoft? Client ID. Like that? And paren. No. No, it still doesn't work. Null reference assignment. Is it the configuration? No. Is it... No. No. Sorry. I'm giving up on that syntax. That is crap syntax. That... Really? No. It might be like 6 extra lines of code, but it clears out all the errors. That's... Ugh. You were in Boston 2 weeks ago? Had drinks with Maddie? 2 weeks from now, I'm in Vegas for Dev Intersection. So there will be much mischief to be had in Las Vegas. So the whole assigning to a variable and doing a null check to assign in a constructor like this is awful. No, that is garbage syntax, because it's always going to throw it a warning around. Oh, this is null. Oh, that's null. And to do it in this syntax, no. I got to check to see if all the things are present and then assign them. Like, no. Like, I'm forced into the options creation syntax there. Too bad. Doesn't work. It is not friendly for that type of thing. Is there any benefit of builder configuration versus environment get variable? Red King, good question. Let's talk about Red King's question there, because, right, that's a really, really good a good question about the configuration system in .NET. Here's the deal. With .NET configuration, your configuration comes in through a stack of layers, and as it passes through each layer, it can get overridden at each step as it comes in. The outermost layer that it can be configured by is environment variables. So things like this authentication Microsoft Client ID environment variable can be set and then read here. If I were to do get environment variable, it would only check the environment variable for it. However, by going through and saying configuration, it'll go through the entire stack of configuration options. So the first thing is environment variables. The next thing is command line arguments. You can pass that in as a command line argument. The next thing after that is inside of your app settings JSON file. So you can define and set this in your application settings. And the next thing after that is user secrets. DevFly, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So by having this stack that you're investigating and going through on configuration, I can inject that configuration anywhere in the stack. So Red King, what I've done in my developer configuration, I have it in user secrets. When it gets into my production space, it's being set as an environment variable, and the user secret isn't present because it's not on my machine. So, right, this gives me a way in different configurations to inject that configuration in different places. Make sense? So that's the benefit of using builder configuration instead of just reaching directly into environment variable. I can actually have those, like, folks that come in from a JavaScript or a Python type of environment are used to having those .env files on disk that specify here's the environment variables to run this application with. We have app settings.json sitting out here that we can put those settings into, and it's a JSON format that is then really easy for us to validate. Just use no coalesce again. No, I can't use null coalesce on that because then I'm setting this value to something. If those properties aren't set for configuring the authentication for the Microsoft account, don't do it. If I were to write an extension method for this, I would try add Microsoft account, and I would specify the client ID and client secret locations as configuration, and I would do the exact same check inside that, right? If Jeff Fritz were to write this as an extension, right? This is on Authentication Builder, right? Right. Oh, let's see if I can do this. Let's just call this test thing. So what I'm about to do, I'm about to like make a demo on the fly here to show you why I think this is kind of weird. Our boss, Scott Hunter, is kind of amazed that I do these things. Like, I don't know. I look at this as kind of, let's actually talk out the thing that we're discussing here and see if it works. Not many other folks in the team will just step up and start writing code like this. No, I don't want to do that. Right, so public, static, and we're going to return, what is it over here? We're going to return whatever one of these things is. Authentication Builder. Sure. Right. Yeah. Ooh, God. Authentication. Wow. That's really cool, but not what I want. Try add Microsoft. Right? Try add Microsoft account. Closer. I'm going to let that fly because I'm going to go up in here and jump over here. And yes, it is Authentication Builder. And I would say string configuration client ID, and I would probably specify a default on this, right? Right, it was authentic. Oh, here we go. Fritz typing something long again that he's not going to get help with. Who dat? Red King. Thank you for the cheer.
100. Thanks for the great explanation. Thumbs up.
Happy to walk through that. If somebody wants to grab a clip on that, maybe we can turn that clip into a YouTube short or a TikTok real quick. Thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words and the cheer, and I'll turn that into a donation to a tech charity here. Right, this is going to be Microsoft client ID, right? I don't like how long that is. Let's put some carriage returns in here and make this a little bit easier to read, right? So jump over here and do that, and jump back over here, and we're gonna do one of these and some of that, and next it's string configuration client, oops, right, something like that. Equals space quote, and I'm trying to learn to use the new keyboard. Like this is Fritz learning how to type. Like I very much appreciate your patience, as my typing is not quite what it normally is. Even then, my typing is always a little bit suspect, isn't it, chat? Moving on. So that isn't the syntax I want to do there at all. Like, the more I read this, the more I'm like, no. I'm going to return builder coming out of this thing, right? What the heck? Yes, that. All right. Ugh. So let's create some... No! That's not right either. Oh boy. Hang on. We're getting here. Services configured... No, that's not it. No. 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 Lord, no. I also need the configuration coming in here. So, do I have configuration accessible from this? No. So I still got to reach in, and I got to get configuration here somewhere. All right, fine. Right, so somewhere out here, we're going to do this. And we're going to say No, it's not in the list. Yeah, like that. Thank you, Copilot, because I am inept. Right? Hey, Simon. Hello. You get the values from configuration and variables and then test for only the setting. Right. You only want to set them if true. And that's still weird. Like, no, don't do that. Right? Right, so I'm still looking at it's a this. You can't. Fine, do that. I don't care. Do that stupid check. If configuration is null, yeah. Sure, do that check also. What else? Sure. Sure. Let's put in all the gates there. Go ahead. No, that's not it at all. Right, if... no. If string is null or empty... Yes. Yes! Yes, there's one. Do the other one. Yep. Configuration get value. Right. Throw invalid operation. Missing configuration for. Good. Next steps. Right, so I don't... All this stuff here just becomes... Right, add... Yeah, add Microsoft account. There, like that. And all of this goes away. Right? That feels cleaner to me. And then... Oh, wait, and then... I don't know where my end then button is. Go ahead, hit the end then on me. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, chat. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I know you want to do it. Go ahead. Right, so I would take...
And then...
Thank you. Right, I would come in here. Go ahead. Let loose. Give me all the end thens. I want to hear it.
And then...
Go get it. Go get it.
And then...
Yeah. So I could do... Ooh, this is...
Oh my.
No, not oh my. Right? Dude, Where's My Car is such a dumb movie. Loved it when I was a kid. Right, so I could come over here and do now... Yes, and then. I need to pass configuration, which is builder configuration. And that's all I need to pass. Right? Because then I can do, and then I can do. No! What are you doing? That's the wrong key.
Scott!
Yeah, go ahead, call Scott. Yeah. Right? Now look at that syntax. Var, and I can get rid of auth too here. Right? That's now no longer a thing. Because I moved everything out into the extension method.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Like, no reduced capability makes it a whole lot easier to see that, right? And put all this extensive checking in here. What are you doing? Viking font? Sure, we can do that. Let's rename this then. I'm fine. We'll rename this thing to let's call this right program. Oh boy, where's the underscore? It's like, no! Oh my gosh, what are you doing? No! Like, I want to escape and stop it, but I it's like ruining my whole all my chi. No! Right? Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? I've really... yeah. Delete that. Okay. What I wanted to do was, control dot... Yeah, rename file. Do that. Right? That's a thing. It's totally a thing. Try add Microsoft account doesn't need the null checks on 17 and 18. Can just coalesce later string checking. I don't know. I want the argument null exception. I want the argument null exception. And even then, we can turn these around. Right? If we really wanted to do this right. Right? I could do Argument, null exception. Yeah, throw if null. Right? And just scoot all the way over to builder. Yeah. Right? Oh, tartar sauce. No, this one. There we go. Got to get used to the delete and backspace keys. Right? I still have green underlines. Oh, down here. Even though I did the check there. That feels like a Visual Studio issue. Can I get this to turn it around? Yeah, use that. Just, oh my gosh, look at that. It'll do it automatically for me? Yes! Please. Oh my gosh. Right? Oh, and it's even suggesting it now for me. Good. So down here, these ones then, I still need to, because I've already checked it. I don't need to do another check. Like, it already knows that. Yes, thank you. So, no, I am checking the values. Configuration get value if that is null or empty. I'm doing the check just above it. So, like, I could put it in a variable, right, and kind of force the variable, but... So. What did I miss? We'll get back to that later. Okay. Oh my gosh. So, unreachable, yeah, that I'm okay with that. I'm not... Right, okay, so there's this thing. What did you have in mind as a simpler solution? Let's see, Billy. Let's take a look. Configuration, try get value, client ID, out string, and that register service. And having try get value, do get value, and return. Yeah, that totally works. That totally works. Sure. But, right, that's still a huge amount of syntax there. And I still have to receive the auth object and conditionally register the service. Not bad. Like, probably usable in other places. And with respect, I'd like to copy this block here and bring that into and have it available out here for other configuration things that we might do later. What now? Oh, darn it. I was so close. Right? Tap it once, Alt-Tab, and let's go up here and just hold. Nice. Now, okay, you have that as private static. I'm going to change that to, right? We're going to change that to public. No, that's, forgot. There we go. And this and that. See, but hey, look at this. Configuration get value. Right? Even though configuration may not be null here. Possible null reference. Right. Right. So we're going to do, right, argument, null exception, throw if null configuration. And you still don't like it. Yeah, we're doing that check here. I'm okay because we're going to do that check in the next spot. Cool. That works, right? So I can use that. You're like ChatGPT. No, you're like Fritz's chat. Kind of. Like that's why I call this Fritz and Friends, because right, you're like the friends you have hanging out there saying, "Oh, you might be able to do this better." I do have too many build warnings. Ice cream stick model. Yes, we're getting that cleaned up, right? Is it possible to deploy an Aspire application to an Azure App Service? Yes, it is possible. It's just not something that we have default tools built for, because we believe that deploying things to Azure Container apps is a better experience and more along the lines of what you want to do. I do have a request to go to Viking font mode. Let's do that. Let's go to Viking fonts. Right, so we'll go back over here. And while that's coming up, it's we'll go to fonts. Come on now. Come on. I am stuck in font change hell. Thank you. Really? Vanilla extract. What is vanilla extract? Viking normal. There we go. And we are in Viking font mode for the next 14 minutes. I'm going to zoom just a little bit more because Viking fonts. Pair programming, but with lots of pairs. Mob programming. So what, I deploy it like a normal .NET application? Yep, that's right, Ohana. Yep. .NET Aspire just helps you configure things for use in development. Once that stuff's configured, you can write your own build scripts to push that out to wherever you'd like and maintain those connections. Things like service discovery won't work unless you use some of the tools that are built into .NET Aspire to deploy .NET Aspire accessories, things like AZD to deploy. C# looks like it's case insensitive. No, it's the font is butchering us. It's going to hurt. We're going through a lot of things in the repository. There's going to be a lot of required things in there that we're going to need to address. Let's do some of these Razor pages first, because I feel like these are going to be a little bit easier to get through, because we've been doing these for a bit this morning. Not going to lie. Required. There we go. And we'll jump to the next one, which is another one of these. Right. Required. There we go. And jump over to the next one. Yep, needs to be required. Okay. That's a parameter. That should be required. Next one. Oh, no. So... yeah, these should be required also. And then I can already see it down below. This is going to be... no. I thought I was on the other layer. Thought I was on the other layer. No. Right, back over here. Shift, space, down, control, move over. I should have done like the vertical cursor option here in Visual Studio, shouldn't I? Then I could have gotten away with only typing that once. Hey, Rambling Geek. Hello. Yeah, multi-cursor mode. There you go. Yep, that's right. Aspirate helps out with those types of things. Rambling Geek with the resub.
Rambling Geek just resubscribed for 40 months. Yikes.
Now these can't be... we gotta change these. Alright, so let's do... Right, and I can retype that the whole way across. Like that. Nice. So that solves that. But now down here where it's doing these first or defaults, we need to replace these. Granite stone shades background? How so? How so? Oh, we're gonna need to do this one. I get surveys from Twitch every now and again. I think they sent me a survey about the mobile app. Yeah, we're gonna need to fill that one out. Think I should swap the fancy keyboard for a quill? No! No! No. Where was I? So these ones, I think I'm just going to throw an exclamation point on the end of. Because they're always going to have a value now. The value coming out of the database is always going to be there. Like, we don't need to guess, well, is there a value or isn't there a value? No, there will always be a value. So that takes care of a bunch of that. I'm at 58 warnings. Go ahead and run that again and let's see what we get. Write C# with an abacus. No. So those of you that are watching on Twitch, you might be using the mobile app. Then they did a massive update to the Twitch mobile app where they quite literally turned it into TikTok with blind flipping through channels that you may or may not be subscribed to. Like, TikTok was not the application to emulate. Do that when you're scrolling through clips and you want to suggest clips. Be outside of those that you're already following. That makes sense. But long-form streams, no. Wait, LinkedIn has shorts now also? Are you kidding? Please tell me you're kidding. 42 warnings now. So let's go through some of these other ones. How am I supposed to read this with the Viking font? Seriously, chat? Seriously. Partition key must have a value when exiting. Fine. Same thing with row key. Okay, so let's set a default for those to string empty. Right? Like, you don't have a value. That I can do because it's a constant, sure. Right? No, not... What is this literal? No. Row... Yeah, do that. That... Why don't you like this? Now I'm being hurt because of this... Because of this font. Yeah, this. Like that. Right? Alright. What's the next one? Yeah, row key. We did row key. Okay. Articles. Must contain a null value. But we're inside of a Razor page, so it will have a value. by the time it's done, so we'll just mark this as required. Move on to the next one. Model data. Sure. LinkedIn definitely has an identity crisis, so I have a solution for that. And it's one that is either going to be a lot of fun or is going to get me into a whole heap of trouble at work. But I have a solution for that. So here we need to be required again. Jump back down here. The data must be null. Must not be null. Next one. Ooh. Source URI. Oh, same thing. So what are we learning here, friends? If you're in Blazor and you make a parameter for a component or a page, it must be required. Like, that's annoying. Like, I get it. It's still annoying. The embedded URI. No, this one... This one should be nullable. Right, I'm okay with that one. No way are we at the end. No way. Speaking of the mobile app, for those that don't know, there's third-party apps with much better UX that you can use. Totally agree. Totally agree. We all join Mastodon instead? Go for it. I think Mastodon's a fine service. 34 warnings and minimal APIs. Yeah, that one I'm okay with. These are all inside my repository class. Before I go any further, let's do a commit. Right? Git status. There's the new authentication extensions class that we added. That's fine. Sure, go ahead, add everything. And we need to specify a message. Cleaning up null errors. See, what I would like... I would like Copilot to fix all those null errors. Consider, we've spent 2 hours this morning just working on fixing null reference errors. I want Copilot to just go through and fix those for me. Like, I don't want to have to figure those out. You go figure that out for me. Alright, let's go on out to GitHub, com, the slash is down here. Hey, look at that, I even got it right. C# Fritz slash, right, it is Spirify Net website is the location of this. So I have one out here, a pull request set up to clean up the build warnings and more null fixes, cleaning up null errors. Take a look at, yeah, give me the details. I want to see that that's cleaning up. But the last ones to do are here in the repository class. AutoDev is supposed to do, what's AutoDev? Job for Clippy? Yes, he would be happy to help. Are we almost done with Viking fonts? No. Come on. Get those Viking fonts turned off here. Possible null reference argument for parameter result. Entry, like... Goodbye. There went the dog. Where's result? Task from result. Here, it's saying this could be null. No, that's always going to be a value coming out of that. That's why I did the query. Like, that's always going to have a value. There's still more in here. Continuation token. It wants me to have a value for that. Fine. Continuation token. Yeah, that's the one that I just fixed. Continuation token. How frightfully annoying. No, this one. Right, we're going to change that to, right. Sure. This one, possible null reference argument for parameter, URI. So you're telling me search service endpoint might be, oh, well, right, because I got the thing from configuration for these two. So let's do another argument null exception? No. Null reference exception? You want me to switch the keyboards at 25,000 points? We're done with our Viking font challenge. Oh, thank you. Get me back to the full screen view here. And go back into the fonts. This fonts dialog suddenly takes a long time to open. Right? And it's Cascadia. No. I go with Cascadia Mono. Yeah, do that one. Cool. All right. Back to the things. Delete some of the fonts? Are you kidding? So can I do... Right, is there null reference exception? No, can't do it. All right. Go back. So I need to do the null check here. Fine. Right. If sure. Can we do the other if checks here also? Okay, that's fine. Give me some more here. I'm going to check on those security terms. No. If string, that's right, is null or empty, search service endpoint. Actually, I think I want to return a, I think I want to throw an exception there. You know? Yeah, there you go. Invalid operation exception? Yeah, I think that works. Can we do that with the other one now? Yeah, there we go. Search admin key not configured. Cool. Right? So that takes care of some of those things, right? They should switch off the preview of the fonts and label. Finds it strangely satisfying making warnings numbers go down. I kind of agree. I think you're onto something, Simon. 27 left to go. Where are we at here? Featured. It's a first or default coming out of there. It should always find something now that the database is populated. Like, before the database was populated, okay, sure. Next one. Lacks await operators and runs synchronously. Yeah. We can get rid of that. And I still have to, right, this one is going to be, wait, what? I was getting close with that. Where else do we need to go here? There's that one, that. I don't need to do, right, dot result on this. I can just return task from result. That's one long file. It is, and I've thought about breaking it up. I've thought about it. There we go. Next one. Continuation token. Oh, I was so close. But, nope, didn't quite get it. Alright, next one. Another with the continuation token. Oh, man. Fine. Save that. Next one. Ugh. What's this one? Possible null reference. Where's out article set? Because get or create. There will be a value because it'll return something. That'll have a value. Yeah. Why those queries are done the hard way. To list, select, to array as a numeral instead of just select to list. Because like that. Here's the deal. This is a table query against Azure Table Storage. So the where is being sent into Azure Table Storage. The to list is returning them as a collection of article entities. I can't do the select and cast it to an article on Azure Table Storage. Azure Table Storage doesn't know how to do it. So after it's done the to list and it has the value coming back, I'll cast it to the article, bring it back as an array, so it forces that cast to complete in this method right here. So it's a question of lazy evaluation happening there. So you change to warnings as errors. I think I'm going to end up doing that as well. So, all right. So where was I? 27 warnings we're looking at still, and here's that same bit with the search index, right? Yeah. Go find the next one. That's not the only place that it's being used, because I went and configured this somewhere else. Really? You're not going to find it somewhere? Fine. No. Right? Where else? I was doing Control F again, and it wasn't going for it. Right there. right? It's this bit right here. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Yep, this is inside of a method here where it's getting the information about the number of counters that have been tracked. How much testing should you do to make sure the changes you have... These are null check things. I probably should have some sort of a unit test to verify these things. I can deal with it. I mean, I can just wander through. 15 warnings to go. Fine. No await on this one, so we'll get rid of these. There's no await on these because of how they're going through. That returns. Oh boy. So query is an I need to put a task from result around that. And this needs to be string empty. And this needs to be right right, task. Yep, from result. And then we're gonna scoot to the other side there, and that. There we go. Where the... And I wanted to say boom goes the dynamite, but that's just an explosion. That's not the actual boom goes the dynamite. I have boom goes the dynamite somewhere. I do. There
Boom goes the dynamite.
Too many sound effects. Where else next? Yep, we did that one. This is another await async, where we don't need one because we don't have the other. So we can turn this into task from result. And that. Yep. Go ahead, build. That should take care of a bunch of other things. I don't use the await options, configure await at all. I mean, I've been coding with .NET for 20 years. I have never used configure await in my code. Okay? There are some folks that get a little that really get wound up about configure await. I have never used it. Literally never used it. And the thing is, that's going to make some folks mad. No, there is no config. There is no point for it anymore. Right? You're kidding me. I can just do this now? Yeah, I do want to make sure description is specified. So I can do these. Category needs to be specified, sure. Sure. We need an author, absolutely. And some of this, some of that. Right? It's the navigations here are something I'm definitely learning. Right? Come on. Yep, we need a type. Type is definitely a thing for our articles. Build that. We had, what, 15 left? Like, this should take care of most of those. Doesn't say how many warnings. Because there weren't any. There weren't! I think we got it. I think we got it.
It's alive!
Maybe. Maybe. What do we got here? No, we need to do -am. Cleaned up. More nulls. Ugh. Okay. Back over to GitHub. Right, here it is running. But no, I didn't want to open Visual Studio Code. No. But let's build the whole shebang. See what we get. Because I should be pretty clear here on most of these things. Come on. Come on. Oh, and I should run the unit tests. Let's do that while we're here. Right? No, that wasn't the unit test button. What was the unit test button? Right? Just hold. Oh, okay, just hold. I was doing hold and tap does the... Tap and hold. I don't know. Whatever. Go back to the thing. What was it again? Hang on. It's just hold. Alright. Yeah. That. So if I just hold, it'll run the unit test. Or not. Yes? Run the unit test? Is required new? Yes. Required is a new keyword as of .NET 7? Something like that. Okay, build completed. Yell. Run the unit test. Yeah, there it is. Running the unit test. Good. And my error list? 0 warnings. That can't be right. Have I tried to get Copilot to check my change notice for a git check-in? No. Oh, to write the change? No. I have to... So, have I tried it? Yes, I've tried using GitHub Copilot to generate the pull request notice. It takes a really long time to generate it. Like, if it would take me 5 to 10 seconds to write a pull request message, that's a long time. It takes a good 15, 20 seconds to generate the pull request notice. Like, let's go take a look at the feature. It's a very cool feature. Don't get me wrong. I believe it takes too long to write it for my taste. Right, so if we click into edit here and we click the Copilot button and tell it, yeah, go generate a summary of what this is. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Took 11 seconds to generate this. And quite frankly, I'm never going to read this. I'm not. Like, don't get me wrong. It is wonderfully complete. Like, I wouldn't do it. But I am going to merge in those changes, to be sure. Okay. So that's merged. It's actually going to build and deploy with those changes. I might have just broken the website. Oh, you know what? There's a button I need is debug start running. I don't have, right? Debug and start. I have, so what if I did, right here, let's go back to layer 3. Right, what if I put debug start here? Maybe I put it over here. I don't know. I feel like I'm left-hand dominant, so I feel like this is a better place to put it. So, right, it's just F5 to start debugging. So let's just make that F5. I could make it a super key to do all the debug step through and all that stuff. I'm going to make that purple because it's a Visual Studio key. Right, so where's the website? There it is. Way too many options. In a good way. But yeah, website's working. Content's loading just fine. Who is that guy? So that's fine. Merged all that stuff in, so we should see the build and deploy. This takes about 8 minutes to deploy, which is a really long time. But we'll be out there. It is a private repository, yes. Whittington starting a new role soon. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Take lots of notes in the first couple days. Senior backend development, IC role. Take lots of notes. Take lots of notes. I like to use Obsidian, but take notes with a tool that will allow you to search what you've written. If you're taking notes with an app. Otherwise, get lots of paper to write on. It seems a bit like the auto-generated XML document comments. Yes, you're right, Simon. First thing you start out doing in the code base, yeah, read through the code base, make sure you learn what you've got there. And take lots of notes on the code base. Things that you like, things that you don't like, things you need to learn more about. Those are the 3 things that you're looking for in a new code base. What are things that I like the way they're written? What are things that I don't like the way they're written? What do I need to learn more about or ask questions about? And that third one is where you're going to go back to your teammates and say, I don't understand why this was done this way. And that'll generate more notes. Obsidian, Obsidian's a phenomenal tool for taking notes. Phenomenal. So, where was I? I was doing something. Let's merge in that stuff. So, I'm going to get checkout main. Right, I have a main branch of these. And there was a question earlier about, oh, it's a private repository. It is, because the template that the website design that I use for Aspirify.net is it's a commercial template that I purchased. So I cannot share that by the license that I was granted. That's not pull. Thank you. Good. And I should probably delete that other branch, which is called Shore Warning Cleanup. Right, dash D, Shore, right. Okay. So the feature that we were working on, which I think some folks on the .NET team are looking forward to me building. I know there's some folks in customer support that are looking for something like this. We're going to jump over to feature collection. And we're going to merge main. Cool. And we can push up those changes. Fantastic. So, yeah, I feel good about that. Rocketbook, there's a good one. Yep. Tend to use a Jupyter Notebook in VS Code. Yeah. Jupyter Notebooks are a fantastic tool. You're right, Weird Beard Dev. Snap a picture, save to OneNote. Yep. Yeah, let's go, Urban Blaster. Here we go. You've been out of .NET for a while, says Hef. You last did 3.1 in 2019. Now when starting new projects in .NET 8, I get warnings about nullable objects everywhere. How do I properly solve these build warnings? So what you can... So, Hef, there's several things you can do to fix those warnings. There are question mark and exclamation point operators that you can put at the end of your variable declarations to indicate with a question mark that something is allowed to be nullable, or an exclamation point, it's okay that it might be null. Those are two ways that you can fix those. There's also configuration options to turn on and turn off the verbosity of the null checks. That's a discussion for a whole nother time. I want it turned on because I want to eliminate the null checks. But that's a new thing that has been pushed to help encourage and force quality of code to be better, because the number one exception that is thrown in .NET applications, null reference exception. I do work with the .NET team. That's right, Whittington. Yep. Check out my About panel just below on the Twitch channel, and you'll see more about who I am. Tab completion is available at the Git command line. However, it's not available in PowerShell with Oh My Posh. It won't do code completion with Oh My Posh. Right? It doesn't work. There's another Git command line helper that you can get added into PowerShell that does have those features. It's notoriously not compatible with Oh My Posh to be able to do that type of tab completion. Speech recognition for taking notes is ideal. Marcus, I completely agree with you. I'll turn on Windows dictation while I'm using Obsidian, and I will dictate my notes into it. It is a magnificent experience. Teams chat to the channels for self is filled with screenshots. Interesting. Assume you want to implement best practice. You don't have to do null checks. There are options in your project file to turn off the nullability check if you don't want it, but by default it's turned on. I'm not familiar with Lazy Git. Do you have a link, Red King? I'd be interested in learning more. Posh Git alone without oh my Posh dot does it. That's it. Posh Git. Yeah, and it Posh Git investigates your Git configuration a lot in the background. So, thank you, Becky, reaching out. Absolutely. So Becky's a member of the .NET team as well, and if there are questions that need to go to the team, we can help route some of those as second level support. But first level support, folks like me can help out and route appropriately, or get you connected with the right documentation. Second level support, third level support folks like Becky and the rest of the .NET team, we want to reserve how often we reach out to some of those folks. But if there are things that just don't work right or feel right in .NET, they can definitely help you. Trick with taking notes in Obsidian is no folders and one note file per idea. Yes, and I think linking the references between your notes in Obsidian are extremely valuable. Simon, I like to turn on backlinks in Obsidian also, so that when I'm reading a note, when I get to the end, I can see other notes that reference this note, so I can go back to those as well. So it gives me a little bit of that interaction. A trick that I use for my day-to-day stuff working at Microsoft, Becky, I know you haven't seen this trick that I do. So since I work in Obsidian, and I use the Obsidian notes, and I can create those links between various notes, I actually have a folder of notes called Contacts. And folks that I work with at Microsoft, they have a note with some information scrawled in there about who they are and why I might want to reach out to them, or some other notes about maybe some things that are in their personal life. Hey, John has a couple daughters. This daughter is about the same age as my daughter, blah, blah, blah. But importantly, when I have my daily notes where I list, hey, I had a phone call with so-and-so, that person that I had a phone call with, I turn into a link in my daily note. So now when I go back to their contact page, gosh, when was the last time I had a phone call with John? I can look at the bottom, and the backlinks has a backlink to that daily note directly to the meeting notes that I had with them. Done. Beautiful stuff. Makes it really cool to get organized like that. The trick then is, if folks are taking notes or putting together like assignments for things in other services, I have no visibility to them at all. What is this? So this is Lazy Git. Special thanks for a couple sponsors, Lazy Git. And they've created a user interface. Interesting. Okay. At this level, I would open Visual Studio Code to do this. That's a really cool tool, and really neat how they have that for you. That's really, really cool. I would open Visual Studio Code at that point if I wanted to use this level of interaction. Like, if I didn't have Visual Studio Code installed, I'd be using this. But I swear by Visual Studio Code when it comes to do more complex merges and that kind of thing. So, very cool. Thank you for sharing. Hef says, we'd like to know how to structure your code in .NET 8 so the default settings. I don't want to get any warnings while building. Turn off the nullability checks. That's what I would do. Yep. How does Obsidian compare to OneNote? Obsidian's free. Let's start there. Obsidian stores everything as Markdown. My Obsidian opens into my work notes by default. So no offense, but I don't want to show you my work notes. It's got a ton of different plugins. Yeah, I have an on-stream demo Obsidian instance. Go over here. Yeah, we can show some of this. So let's go back over to this. So I typically take daily notes, and I turn on my backlink mentions down here at the bottom, so it shows that there's any links going back into these other things. So here I took some daily notes when I demoed this back in November. So I want to discuss Obsidian. So I've created a checklist here. This is all Markdown, and it's real easy to code to write Markdown. We all know how to write Markdown, right? It's real easy to go through. And as I'm in the middle of a checklist, it just continues these for me to see. And I can actually bring up my my calendar here, but there's a where is it? Not the outline. I want to see the... Oh, come on, where is it? There's a way to view the list of tasks. It's a plugin that I don't have turned on right now. No matter. So, right, I have all the different things here, and as I check through them, right, that's just a dash space pair of square brackets, and I can go through and check those things. But, right, you can see it there, but it by default adds it. So I created a tag, a note for Javier over here, and I need to work with Javier on end-to-end testing of this. And of course, typical feature that you have inside of Obsidian is you can define and reference other notes by using double square bracket, and it'll turn that into a link to another note. So I can click that and it'll jump over to that note, and I put a tag on my note to work with Javier that is .NET-Conf. So I can find, when I look at my, right, when I look at my, no, not bookmarks, right, I can search and say, well, go find all of a specific tag here. Where is it? Not the graph view. Today's daily note, right? There's a list of tags that are out here, a list of all the tags so across the entire thing, so I can jump right into and see just here's all of those notes that have that tag. So when I look at Javier's tag, this is what I talk about the backlinks down at the bottom. So I can see that I had a meeting on November 9th and jump right to that reference that says, here, go do this thing with Javier. Really, really handy to be able to do that. And there's a whole visibility thing here so that you can see a graph view of your notes. That is, it's nice eye candy, but I never use this thing. I never use it. It's not a thing. But in my notes, I not only do I have folders for context, I also have folders for projects. So I can also jump into the project and have some sample code that's formatted properly as C#, right? It understands that syntax. There's other syntax highlighting that you can download and integrate there. But then I can see all the times that we worked on it and referenced it in other notes, because I have backlink mentions for that project into, I was working with Javier on this. I was talking about the Tags App integration project over here, the meeting about that, and we did a thing. So I have all these notes that let me reference and go back and forth to work on the project. So that's Obsidian. It's a free download. You can have Obsidian keep all of those notes are kept in a folder of Markdown, so it ends up being really, really small and compresses really small. You can put that in a OneNote or in a OneDrive or a Dropbox or whatever folder syncing service that you might be using, and it will sync in on all of your machines. Then you'll have all of your Obsidian notes. They do have a commercial service you can buy called Obsidian Sync. I'm not sponsored. I have no relation to those folks. If you buy Obsidian Sync, it's like $20 for the year or something like that. It will also sync onto your mobile devices. So now on your iPad, on your tablet, on your phone, you'll have the same notes. So like, I love that because I'll be in an airport or I'll be on a plane and I'll type some notes on my phone or on my tablet. Next time I'm back in a wireless sync area, it'll automatically update all of the notes on all of my machines with those updates that I typed on the plane or the airport or restaurant or wherever I might be. So it's much, much better than OneNote. You can not only paste images and other files and things in there, but there's extensions you can get that will crack those PDFs, right? That'll open up a PDF or a Word doc and index all of the content of that. So when you do a search across your notes, it also searches on the PDF or the Word doc or whatever else. There's links you can put into Trello and all kinds of other things. Really, really great stuff. Yeah, thank you, Becky. I really enjoy using it. So, you use Vim or Emacs? Nothing wrong with that. Obsidian stores documents in the same format you would, just makes it a little bit easier to index and shoot through there. Thanks so much, Napalm. You have a good one. OneNote is a Microsoft 365 product. It's free to a point. So, Obsidian is free for personal use only. They can't really... They can't really come through and say if you're using it for commercial. Like, I'm not selling access to my notes. I'm not selling the content that I have in there. So it's my personal notes. Right. What is commercial use? The linked mentions is not a plugin. No. It is a discipline thing. Like, each morning, I start a new Obsidian daily note, and I start throwing notes in there of what I've worked on. Yeah, what is commercial use? So, like, tell me what commercial use is, and then I can tell you if I'm doing it. Right. And, oops. Yeah. Obsidian.md. Yep. Right, what is commercial use? Right. Themes, plugin, community support. Tell me what commercial use is. For revenue generating or work related activities within a for-profit that has 2 or more employees. This is typically my work here. So it's not something that I share with folks. It's more of a personal diary for me. So but if it was something that I published and used with my team, then I'd say it was work-related activities for a for-profit organization. But and it's $50 per user per year. Like, I wouldn't have a problem paying that at all. I do pay for sync. So, but but I don't publish my notes. They're personal. They're notes that are kept only for me to help keep me on track. Yeah, it's so to that point. I like the way you define that, Simon. I don't have it on any of my work hardware, which is easy for me to say because I don't use any of the hardware that Microsoft gives me because it's typically garbage. It's awful hardware that they give me that's 2-3 years old. So, like, we have a once every 2 or 3 years hardware refresh, and when they refresh me with something, it's something that was new during the last refresh. Like, okay. I'm out of time. We didn't get into any new features because we were strictly working on clearing out all those null references. But I feel good that the website still works great. It's out here. It renders nicely. It paints and updates. Look at that. So, right, this is something that I like to call out here. If you scroll to the bottom of Aspirify.net, it shows you what version of .NET and which version of Aspire it's running on. So that's kind of cool for you to see that we're doing things to keep up here and make sure that Aspirify is using all the latest features. But it is time for me to go. I do need to call it here. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a lot of fun writing code together, getting in and doing the things here. You use your personal machines because company-issued stuff is junk? Yeah, it is. It is. Look, I'm considered at the same level as marketing folks, but I need to write code. So, and here's the thing. Most of the folks on my team, we're using personal machines also. There's one person on our team who gets the latest, greatest experimental hardware, and I don't need to tell you what his name is. So, that's fine. No problem with that whatsoever. But let's move on. Let's see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. Who can I get you connected to that's doing something cool out there that you might be interested in? Something that's fun in tech. Scrolling through the list here. We go to him a lot. I don't want to raid somebody that I go to quite so frequently. So taking a look. You know what? We haven't raided Tim in a while. Let's go right over to Tim, who's doing a little bit of indie game development. So let's head over to, right, let me make sure I spell his name right. Yeah, there we go. There's the raid. If you're watching on YouTube, there's lots of great videos from previous streams. You can check them out over here or down here, depending on how you're watching the stream on YouTube. Thanks so much for watching. Really appreciate it. It was great cleaning up some of the code here, getting the Aspirify.net website running, building a little bit better. Next time on Thursday, we'll come through and we'll continue working on our content collection feature, all right? Get ready to say hi to Tim, and I will see you Thursday, all right? I wish you good health and good coding. Make sure I get that closing right. Good health and good coding. Take care.